Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? There is none. The chair declares the privilege hour. Your leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Gus S. Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Gus Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City is recognized for his privilege hour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. I rise today in the spirit of gratitude for the honor and privilege to be able to serve our people in the halls of Congress. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat po ako sa Diyos na pagkakataon na mapaglingkod. It is from our Lord that we receive the call to serve and to lead, and it is through His grace that we are here as representatives of the people. Thank you very much, Lord, for your continuous love and for the opportunity to serve. In the past years, we have faced many challenges, from the lingering pandemic, economic uncertainty, from calls to have justice to the urgent need for inclusive progress. I am proud to have stood alongside my colleagues who work tirelessly for laws seeking to uplift the lives of our people. We may come from different parties and different perspectives, but we shared one goal: serve the Filipino with honor and integrity. To my fellow lawmakers, thank you very much for the camaraderie, the debates, the lessons, the partnerships we've built. It has been a privilege to work with men and women of conviction, vision, and purpose. Isang malaking karangalan para po sa akin ang maging bahagi ng kapulungan ito sa loob ng 9 na taon at 3 taon kasama ang aking may bahay, ang dating kongresista Joy. It is through the trust and confidence of the people of the 2nd District that we have given this privilege. I'd like to thank them very much. Sa aking mga kababayan sa Parañaque, ang tiwala at pagmamahal po ninyo ang nagbigay ng patuloy at nagbibigay sa akin ng lakas at inspirasyon upang ipaglaban ang inyong mga hangarin. Salamat sa pagkakataong pinagkaloob nyo sa Saints, mapaglingkod sa inyo at maging inyong boses sa Kongreso. Isang karangalang dala ko habang buhay. My sincerest thanks to my family, former Congresswoman Joy, my children, Attorney Isaac, Teacher Chelsea, and student Jacob. My staff who have been with me since my councilor and vice mayor days, who have been with me for so many years. It was only through your invaluable help that have enabled me to serve the 2nd District of Parañaque. Your love, constant support, and untiring dedication as you have served the people of Parañaque have kept me going throughout the ups and downs of our story of service. Noon pa man, ang aking tanging hangarin ay maglingkod ito at manatili. There are no bounds of limits to public service. It is not defined by a term of office. Patuloy po tayo magsasama sa layuning ipagbubuti ang ating mahal na bayang Pilipinas, sa ating mahal na lungsod ng Parañaque. I share with you a quote by William Penn, which I shared in countless speeches I've given over the years, and it has been a source of inspiration for me in our work for serving our fellow men. I expect to pass through life but once. If therefore, whatever kindness I can do or goodness I can show, let me do it now. Do not defer for tomorrow, because tomorrow may never come, and definitely I shall not pass this way again. Naway, sa bawat araw, gawin natin ang lahat nating makakaya upang maglingkod, mapabuti ang kalagayan ng ating kapwang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, mabuhay sa Kongreso, mabuhay ang lungsod ng Parañaque, at mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating mga...
Maraming salamat, Representative Gus Tambunting. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of Representative Gus Tambunting to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Here is none. The speech of Honorable Gus Tambunting is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we now recognize the Representative Maria Teresa Collantes of the 3rd District of Batangas to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Maria Teresa Collantes of the 3rd District of Batangas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, fellow workers in government, good afternoon. Today, I rise before this august body for the last time as a member of the House of Representatives. I do so with deep humility, profound gratitude, and a full heart. Representing the people of the 3rd District of Batangas has been the greatest honor of my life. Throughout my 9 years of service, I have done my utmost to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to me, not through words alone, but through concrete action, sincere compassion, and unwavering integrity. With the support of various government agencies and our local officials, we were able to deliver vital infrastructure projects to the 2 cities, 10 municipalities, and 260 barangays of our district. This included the construction and rehabilitation of roads, bridges, flood control systems, and multipurpose buildings. We also erected classrooms, water systems, and street lights. Simple but impactful improvements that brought comfort, safety, and opportunity to many communities. But true progress is not measured solely by cement and steel. It is found in the lives we touched, the hopes we uplifted, and the dignity we helped restore. That is why we gave priority to social services that address the immediate and long-term needs of our people. We extended financial assistance to thousands of families to help them endure the weight of poverty, unemployment, and emergency crisis. Through coordination with national agencies, we provided medical and hospitalization aid, educational support and scholarships, and even burial assistance to grieving families. These are small acts of care that carried great meaning. Public service is never easy. Along the way, we faced many trials like natural calamities, like the eruption of Taal volcano, several typhoons like Christine, the pandemic, health emergencies, economic setbacks. But we confronted them not with fear, but with resolve. In every challenge, we found opportunity. In every difficulty, we found a reason to push forward. Our efforts may not have been perfect, but they were always rooted in sincere service and love for our people. As I look back, I do not measure success by the number of years I have served, but by the depth of our impact. And if there are roads that now connect communities, students who now see a brighter future, or families who found relief in time of need, then I know I have served with purpose. To my beloved constituents, thank you for your unwavering trust, your patience, and your continued support. You have been my compass throughout this journey, reminding me each day of whom I serve and why I serve. Your voices, your struggles, and your dreams gave shape to every decision I made. To my dedicated staff, both in the district and in Congress, thank you for your loyalty, your tireless work, and your deep commitment to our mission. Behind every program launched, every concern addressed, and every life touched, you were there. You are the heartbeat of this representation, and I will always be grateful. To my fellow legislators who became family and friends. Thank you for the shared work and the camaraderie. You challenged me, taught me, and inspired me. To the leadership and personnel of the House, your dedication keeps this institution strong and dignified. As I now close this chapter of my public life, I look forward not with regret, but with peace and fulfillment. I leave the halls of Congress with my head held high, knowing that we have planted seeds of progress. But more than anything, I leave carrying the memories of every hand I shook, every letter I received, and every story of hope or hardship that was entrusted to me. In the eyes of every child we helped stay in school, every parent we assisted with medical needs, and every senior citizen who simply asked for a little medicine, I found the true meaning of public service. I may no longer be speaking to you from this chamber, but each of you will remain part of who I am. My district shaped me. Our communities taught me how to lead with love, and our people gave me the strength to endure. In the years ahead, I may never again take an oath of office, but for as long as I live, I will remain a public servant, not by position, but by heart. Thank you, my dearest constituents. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, my dear family. I'm coming home. Mabuhay ang 3rd District ng Batangas, mabuhay ang House of Representatives, at mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Honorable Colyantes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of Representative Teresa Colyantes to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The speech of Honorable Colyantes is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our House Secretariat has prepared a program to recognize and honor the third-term members of the 19th Congress. In view of this, I move to authorize the House Secretariat to use the session hall today during session time as venue for the said program. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Speaker Martin Romualdez. Here with us today is Ms. Maria Atisa Manalo, Miss Universe Philippines 2025, Ms. Teresita Sen Marquez, Miss Universe Philippines First Runner-Up, Ms. Ilana Marie Aduana, Miss Universe Philippines Second Runner-Up, Ms. Katrina Legado, the Miss Philippines Supranational 2026, Ms. Chelsea Fernandez, the Miss Philippines Cosmo 2025, Ms. Gabrielle May Carballo, the Miss Philippines Eco International 2026, Ms. Cyril Payumo, the Miss Philippines Charm 2025, Ms. Raven Doctors, Miss Eco International Third Runner-Up, Mr. Brandon Luau, PH Special Envoy to Thailand, Mr. Lutgardo Cruz, Ms. Joy Marcelo, GMA Sparkle First Vice President, and also Miss Universe Philippines officers, Mr. Jonas Antonio Gafud, Ms. Ariela Arida, and Mr. Voltaire Taye.
To the guests, Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the Miss Universe Philippines. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Honorable Steve Chongbian Solon of the Lone District of Sarangani. Our guests are from the barangays Blaan and Malandag, Malungon, Sarangani Province. We have from the barangay Blaan, Malungon, Barangay Captain Honey Sweetly May Galang Lagarder, with her Barangay Kagawads Honorable Freddy Buwan, Honorable Eric Balayon, Honorable Delio Zapuez, Honorable Ronito Fiang, Honorable Ricardo Maligon, Honorable Denerite Tamulon, Council Support Team Daisy May Tamulon, James Boy Dalumatan, John Ray Bautista, Mary Beth Galang, Mira May Oggan, Charlene Gensoli. From Barangay Malandag, Malungon, we have Barangay Captain Honorable Helen Aradanas, with her Barangay Kagawads Honorable Marilu Sarsonas, Honorable Roy Rayner Octavio, Honorable Noel Pido, Honorable Ferdinand Fantin, Honorable Ivy Grace Labuayan, Honorable Alex Duron, Honorable Jessica Ciano, and Honorable Epifania Manlangit.
The guests, Honorable Steve Chungbian Tulon, barangay officials of the Sarangani Province, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes of suspension.
session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I that we now proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is so directed.
Additional reference of business. Bill on first reading. House Bill 11557, establishing a regular campus of the Bohol Island State University in Dawis, Bohol, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Resolution, House Resolution 2326, calling for an urgent investigation into the removal by mere motion of Barangay Captain Marlo Actionman Lumbay Tabak of Gusa, Cagayan de Oro as Vice President of the Liga ng mga Barangay, Cagayan de Oro City Chapter by Representative Emano.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated January 27, 2025 of the Catanduanes State University officer in charge, submitting to the House of Representatives a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of December 31, 2024, which was generated from the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on January 24, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 28, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, informing the House that their financial report for the month of December 2024 has been submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated January 28 and 30, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration, Finance, and Procurement, submitting to the House copies of their reports for the month of December 2024 and quarter ending December 31, 2024, and informing that the aforementioned reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on January 30, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 28, 2025 with attached copies of reports generated through the Unified Reporting System on January 27, 2025 of the DAPFDA Acting General Manager, informing the House that certain reports for the quarter ending December 31, 2024 and as of December 31, 2024 have been posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 30, 2025 of the member of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BARM, presenting to the House a copy of their performance report for FY 2022-2024.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
Letters dated January 30 and February 10, 2025 of the BIR Commissioner, forwarding to the House copies of their financial reports as of the quarter ending December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated February 3, 2025 of the PDEA officer in charge, copy furnished the House, submitting to the Office of the President a copy of their 2024 accomplishment report.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated February 6, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration, Finance, and Procurement, submitting to the House copies of their reports for the month of January 2025 and informing that the aforementioned reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on February 5, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 6, 2025 of the COA Regional Director, Regional Office 4A, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports on the certain water districts.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated February 10, 2025 of the Director General, DOJ Bureau of Corrections, to the House of a copy of their annual report for calendar year
To
2024.
the Committee on Justice.
Letter dated February 10, 2025 of the SSS Vice President, Public Affairs and Special Events Division, forwarding to the House a copy of their 2023 annual report, which was also posted on their website.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
Letters dated February 10 and March 4, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, informing the House that their financial reports for the quarter ending December 31, 2024 and for the months of January and February 2025 has been submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on the official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 11, 2025 of the DBM Undersecretary, presenting to the House copies of certain consolidated budget and financial accountability reports as of the quarter ending December 31, 2024, which were posted to their website through the Transparency Seal page.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 12, 2025 of the Executive Director for National Wages and Productivity Commission, informing that the House a copy of their fiscal and financial accomplishments reports for the fourth quarter of 2024 has been submitted through the DBM Unified Report System on January 30, 2025 and uploaded in the NWPC's Transparency Seal.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 12, 2025 of the Calapan Waterworks Corporation President, submitting to the House a copy of their operational report for the year 2024.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Letters dated February 12 and March 18, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Office of the President, providing the House with copies of their accomplishment reports for the months of January and February 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 13, 2025 of the Department of National Defense Secretary, submitting to the House a copy of their 2023 accomplishment
To
report.
the Committee on National Defense and Security.
Letter dated February 13, 2025 of the National Youth Commission Chairperson informing the House that the Budget and Financial Accountability Reports and the Sangguniang Kabataan Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund Statement of Appropriations, allotments, obligations, disbursements, and balances as of the quarter ending December 31, 2024 have been uploaded to the agency's transparency seal on its website on February 5, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 19, 2025 of the BIA Commissioner submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly report on revenue and other receipts as of the quarter ending December 31, 2024, which was generated through the Unified Reporting System on January 28, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated February 19 and March 3, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Legislative Affairs and Head Presidential Legislative Liaison Office submitting to the House certain financial accountability reports which were generated through the Unified Reporting System on February 18 and March 3, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated February 28, 2025 of Veterans Memorial Medical Center Director 4 submitting to the House a copy of the report on the actual income collection and utilization for the quarter ending December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated March 3, 2025 of the PIDEA Undersecretary, copy furnished the House, submitting to the Office of the President a copy of their operational accomplishment and assessment report for January 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 4, 2025 of the Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House a duly certified copy of Circular Letter CL 2025-010 dated 21 February 2025.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated March 6, 2025 of the CHR Chairperson submitting to the House certain financial accountability reports for the quarter ending December 31, 2024, which were submitted to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on February 12, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 6, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration, Finance, and Procurement, submitting to the House copies of their reports for the month of February 2025 and informing that the aforementioned reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on March 6, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 10, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, informing the House that their financial report for the month of February 2025 has been submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 12, 2025 of Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House a duly certified copy of Circular Letter CL 2025-011 dated 28 February
To
2025.
the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letters dated March 17, 2025 of BSP Governor, transmitting to the House copies of certain reports.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Letter dated March 21, 2025 of Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated March 24, 2025 of the DND Assistant Secretary for Financial Management, furnishing the House with a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of February 28, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 25, 2025 of the Regional Director, COA Regional Office 4A, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports on certain water districts.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated March 26, 31 and April 2, 2025 of the Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated March 28, 2025 of the Philippine Space Agency Director General, transmitting to the House a copy of their 2024 annual report.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated March 31, 2025 of the PDEA Director General, copy furnished the House, submitting to the Office of the President a copy of their operational accomplishment and assessment report for February 2025.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated April 3, 2025 of the DENR Undersecretary, Officer in Charge, Environmental Management Bureau, submitting to the House copies of their National Air Quality Status Reports for the years 2019, 2020, and 2021, and can be downloaded from their official website.
To the Committee on Ecology.
Letter dated April 3, 2025 of the Bureau of Immigration Commissioner, submitting to the House a copy of their first quarter collection report of the express lane fee for FY 2025, which was posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 3, 2025, with attached copy of a report generated through the Unified Reporting System of Director, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, DOST, informing the House that they have submitted a copy of their monthly report of disbursements for the month of March 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 4, 2025, of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, with an attached copy of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity's financial report for the month of December 2024, informing the House that the said financial report has been submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 7, 2025, of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration, Finance, and Procurement, submitting to the House copies of certain reports for the month of March 2025, and informing that the aforementioned reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on April 7, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated April 10, 22, and 23, 2025 of BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated April 14, 2025 of the DBP President notifying the House that the quarterly budget and financial accountability reports for the quarter ending March 31, 2025 have been posted on their website, and the said reports are also accessible under their Transparency Seal page.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 14, 2025 of Audit Team Leader, Audit Team R311, COA Regional Office 3, transmitting to the House a copy of their annual audit report on the government arsenal, Department of National Defense, Camp General Antonio Luna, Limay, Bataan, for the year ending December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated April 21, 2025 of the Bright Star Broadcasting Network Corporation President, submitting to the House a copy of their annual report 2025.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Letter dated May 8, 2025 of the Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House a duly certified copy of Memorandum M-2025-015, dated 29 April 2025.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letters dated May 14 and 16, 2025 of the Acting Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated May 21, 2025 of the Acting Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated May 27, 2025 of the Acting Bank Officer 6, BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House a duly certified copy of Circular Letter CL 2025-022 dated 19 May 2025.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance 2024 Annual Report.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Philippine Health Insurance Corporation 2023 Annual Report.
To the Committee on Health.
Philippine National Police 2024 Annual Accomplishment
To
Report.
the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
Department of Budget and Management 2024 Pinagtibay na Budget ng Bayan 2025 Fiscal Year, Technical Notes on the Proposed National Budget and 2025 People's Proposed Budget.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Department of Budget and Management National Budget Call for Fiscal Year 2026.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Philippine Competition Commission 2023 Annual Report.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Economic Policy Monitor for 2022-2023 of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies and Research Paper Series numbers 2023-06, 2024-01, 2024-03, and 2024-04.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Annual Audit Report on the Northern Foods Corporation, Sarat, Ilocos Norte for the year ending May 31, 2023.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Various communications submitted to the House by officials of several local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund, as attested by the respective local chief executives.
To the Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11559 as contained in Committee Report number 1510, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11559.
House Bill number 11559, an act ensuring child support and penalizing parental refusal or neglect thereof.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the author, Representative Paul Ruiz Daza of the 1st District of the Northern Samar, to sponsor the measure.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Northern Samar, the Honorable Paul Ruiz Daza, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to my colleagues. It's my honor to sponsor House Bill 11559 under Committee Report 1510, which will mandate child support and help over 10 million solo parent households in this country. Having said that, let the explanatory note be part of my sponsorship message for the said bill.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now vote on second reading, House Bill number 11559.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11559, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11559 is approved on second reading. Congratulations, Congressman Daza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the leadership of the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Representative Julian Jam Baronda of the Lone District of Iloilo City. We have Iloilo City Vice Mayor-elect Lady Julie Grace Lovelove Baronda, Iloilo City Councilor-elect Sheen Marie Mabilog, Master Hans Kua, and former Mayor Honorable Jed Patrick Mabilog.
We welcome the guests, the Honorable Jam Baronda, to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of the Honorable James Jojo Ang Jr., Representative of Uswag Ilonggo Party List. Our guest is the Councilor-elect Jeremiah Peter de la Calzada Pigkawayan of the 1st District of North Cotabato.
We welcome the guest of the Honorable Jojo Ang Jr. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Representative Raman Alonto Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur. Our guests are Dr. Ramis Alonto Mambiante of Amay Pakpak Medical Center, Officer 4, Mr. Baliamen Alonto, Mama Inte Sr., and Mr. Abdul Bari Sulaiman from Lanao del Sur, Marawi City.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Adyong. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1850, submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 1850.
House Resolution 1850, resolution directing the House Committee on Public Accounts to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the alleged misuse of funds and irregularities in the procurement process by the municipality of Silang, Cavite.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1850.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1850. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1850 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolutions number 145 and House Resolution number 146 under Committee Report number 1494 submitted by the Committees on Public Accounts and Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolutions 145 and 146, report on the illegal disbursement of public funds in the province of Cagayan during the prohibited period of 2022 national and local elections from March 25 to May 8, 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee reports number 1494. Under Committee Report 1494, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to there is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1494. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Committee Report 1494 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 2102 as contained in Committee Report number 1499 submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 2102, on the alleged misuse of public funds and irregularities in the operations of the Office of the Mayor and Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Mataas na Kahoy, Batangas, under Mayor Janet Ilagan and Vice Mayor J. Manalo Ilagan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1499.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1499. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Committee report 1499 is hereby adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on committee report number 1502 submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the said committee report.
Committee Report 1502, report on the privileged speech number 460 delivered in plenary on January 27, 2025 by Representative Ziaur Alonta Adyong.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1502.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report 1502. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in the Committee Report 1502 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 2148 under Committee Report 1509 submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 2148, resolution directing the Committee on Public Accounts and other appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alleged misuse of public funds and properties and irregularities in the operations of the Office of the Mayor and Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Bawan, Batangas under Mayor Ryan M. Dolor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1509.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1509. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1509 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
We are in receipt of the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on the privilege speech delivered by Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano on the anomalies in the procurement and irregular enactment of local measures by the city government of Silay, Negros Occidental for its proposed new government center, city hall, and public market. Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the said progress report.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Joseph Caraps Paduano, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Accounts, for his sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to submit the progress report regarding the developments and initial findings arising from the Committee on Public Accounts inquiry on alleged irregularities in connection with the 1.1 billion loan agreement entered into by the city government of Silay, Negros Occidental, and the Land Bank of the Philippines, and the infrastructure projects funded thereunder. Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly summarize the key findings. The city government of Silay identified several infrastructure projects to be funded by the Land Bank of the Philippines loan, namely the construction of a new government center, the rehabilitation of the public market, and the construction of a city college. The loan was allocated as follows: 500 million pesos for the construction of the new city hall or new government center, 300 million pesos for the repair and rehabilitation of the Silay City public market, and 300 million pesos for the construction of Silay City College. Loan disbursements were made as follows: 44.9 million pesos for the public market that was disbursed October 10, 2023. The 44.98 million pesos for the City College disbursed dated October 17, 2023, 63.72 million pesos for the City College, which is the second release on August 12, 2024, and 63.72 million pesos, 74.9 million pesos for the new government center, dated September 6, 2024. As of this writing, Mr. Speaker, and to our knowledge, the total amount released for the three projects is 292.414 million pesos. However, based on the committee's initial findings, these disbursements were marred by procedural lapses, lack of feasibility studies, and undue haste in implementation. In fact, several members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod of the City of Silay provided testimony confirming the absence of adequate documentation in the planning and implementation of these projects. They emphasized that SP did not receive the expected documentation, or if any documents were submitted, they were substantially lacking in content and in substance. As a result, the Land Bank of the Philippines unilaterally suspended further disbursements pending the outcome of the legislative inquiry. But perhaps most alarming are the actions of a certain local official in the person of Attorney Jano Sarder. He was then the back chair and the city legal officer of the city government when the alleged irregularities transpired, and he has been identified as one of the alleged masterminds behind these numerous procurement violations. Attorney Harder appeared before the committee during the hearings conducted in November and December 2024. During the December 18, 2024 hearing, it came to light that Attorney Harder had attempted to dissuade Silay City officials from attending the hearing and warned them that the food and drink that we would serve during the proceedings might be laced with poison or substances that could produce a false positive drug test as a pretext to fabricate charges of contempt against them. I find it utterly incomprehensible that a member of the legal profession would have the temerity to suggest that the House of Representatives would engage in so nefarious an act as to tamper with the food or beverages served during its proceedings. Such an allegation is not only patently absurd, it is an affront to the dignity and institutional integrity of this chamber. Furthermore, it betrays a deeply troubling mindset, one seemingly predisposed to fabricate conspiracies rather than confront legitimate questions with transparency and truth. In view of these acts, Attorney Harder was cited in contempt under Section 11, Paragraph C, E, and F of the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation for refusal to answer relevant inquiries, misbehavior before the committee, and undue interference in its proceedings. The committee deferred implementation of his order detention to January 6, 2025 in consideration of the Christmas holidays. However, Attorney Harder did not voluntarily go back to the House to serve his detention. To this day, Attorney Harder remains at large. Due to the long election break, the investigation into this matter was not concluded. This was further compounded by the numerous other inquiries that the Committee on Public Accounts has to address and complete. Meanwhile, implementation of the subject projects continues, and as of this writing, there is no official information indicating whether the city government of Silay has rectified the initial deficiencies and irregularities earlier identified by the committee. Mr. Speaker, I therefore submit that although the present inquiry shall be deemed terminated, but upon adjournment of the current Congress, the same must be duly revisited in the succeeding Congress. Accordingly, this serves as a respectful appeal to the incoming leadership and the new composition of the Committee on Public Accounts to consider the continuation of the investigation, whether motu proprio upon filing of a new resolution by any member of the House or by any other mode permissible under the rules of the House of Representatives. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully call on my fellow members and agencies concerned to remain vigilant. Let us ensure that the instrument of local autonomy does not become a tool for impunity, and that every peso borrowed in the name of the people is used for their true benefit. Let this serve as a warning to all who violate the trust reposed in them by their constituents. This House will not look the other way. Madamong salamat, Mr. Speaker, and once again, good afternoon to everyone.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the findings and recommendations as contained in the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the findings and recommendations contained in the progress report are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga, the Honorable Majority Floor Leader, the Honorable Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipi.
The Majority Leader, the gentleman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga City, the Honorable Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe, is recognized for his valedictory speech.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, friends in the public service, I rise today with deep gratitude and reflection as we close this legislative chapter, the 19th Congress. This is not a farewell, but a moment to pause and give thanks to the honor, the work we've done, the challenges we've faced, and the nation we continue to serve. When I took on the responsibility of Majority Leader at the start of the 19th Congress, I knew the road ahead would be demanding. But I also knew that with strong leadership, steady collaboration, and with shared purpose, we could achieve something greater than the sum of our roles, and we did. Under the decisive leadership of Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, we forged ahead with legislation that touched every Filipino life, from food security, education, to national defense and fiscal reform. Together, we transformed debates into action. We navigated long sessions, contentious amendments, and sometimes, yes, even personal sacrifices, all for the sake of nation building. We passed key measures that now stand as pillars of a better future. The General Appropriations Act that reflected transparency and discipline. The Livestock Development and Competitiveness Act to boost local production and lower food costs. And critical reforms in digital infrastructure, regional development, and social protection. I am particularly proud to have championed significant laws for Zamboanga City, which upgraded and increased the bed capacity of 3 major hospitals. Republic Act 11087 for the Zamboanga City Medical Center, Republic Act 11325 for the Mindanao Central Sanitarium, and Republic Act 11196 for the Labuan Public Hospital. We also authored the establishment and creation of 9 national high schools in Zamboanga City, such as the Tictabon National High School, Republic Act 11655, Lamisahan National High School, Republic Act 11656, Mampang National High School, Republic Act 11662, Calabasa National High School, Republic Act 12182, Sinoropan National High School, Republic Act 12196, sa Pamanok, Curuan National High School, Republic Act 12197, Latuan National High School, Republic Act 12198, Tumitos National High School, Republic Act 12222, Kasanyangan National High School, Republic Act 12223. We also delivered policy legislation for Zamboangueños through the passage of Republic Act 12075, establishing the multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Zamboanga, and Republic Act 12117, renaming the Mindanao Central Sanitarium to Zamboanga Regional Medical Center. As the chair of the Committee on Rules, together with our hardworking and reliable Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, all the Deputy Majority Leaders and Assistant Majority Leaders, we have ensured to maintain order, clarity, and fairness in all our plenary deliberations so that no voice, however small, would be left unheard. But let us also acknowledge the truth. Our work was not without turbulence. We faced questions, criticisms, and moments of tension, and that's expected. That is democracy. But throughout, we stood firm in our duty to uphold the law, to protect the institution, and to move forward, guided by the Constitution and the will of the people. We did what was right and just, despite the ridicule and relentless attacks. In doing so, many of us endured political backlash. The cost has been steep, but standing on the right side of history is never a mistake. To my fellow members in the majority, thank you for your steadfastness, your trust, and your discipline. You show that unity is not uniformity, it is collective resolve. To the independent voices of the minority bloc, headed by our esteemed Minority Leader Marcelino Nonoy Libanan, your contributions sharpen our legislation, and strengthen this institution. And to the House Secretariat, our staff, and the unseen hands behind every plenary session, muchísimas gracias. You are the foundation of this House everyday strength. As we look ahead to the 20th Congress, let us carry forward the lessons of this term, that public service demands not perfection, but integrity, not popularity, but principle. Let us commit to a Congress that is driven by noise, but by solutions, not by personalities, but by purpose. Because in the end, it is not about who speaks with the loudest, but it is about who delivers most to the Filipino people. To my constituents in the city of Zamboanga and to all Filipinos, maraming salamat. This is your house, and I am honored to be your voice. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, thank you for the trust and confidence. It has been the greatest privilege of my political life to serve as your majority leader, the second Mindanaoan and the first Zamboangueño to occupy the position in the history of Congress. Muchísimas gracias to everyone, especially our dedicated staff of the Committee on Rules and the Secretariat, the majority leaders of his staff. Thank you, everyone. Job well done, everybody. Mabuhay ang Kongreso, mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Majority Leader Manix Delipe. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is terminated. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Honorable members, good afternoon. Please settle down. We're going to start our pagpupugay in a few minutes.
The pagpupugay for our three-term members will follow in a few minutes. May we request everyone to please be seated. May we call our Deputy Secretaries General to be seated at the rostrum.
We would like to request our honorable members to please be seated. We will start in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, welcome to our pagpupugay para sa mga kinatawan ng ika-19 na Kongreso. Please watch this video.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary General of the House of Representatives, Reginald S. Velasco. A round of applause, please.
Esteemed members, colleagues, and guests, good evening. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to this special occasion in order to give recognition to distinguished House members of the 19th Congress and to celebrate their remarkable feat of completing 3 terms in office. Indeed, this is a significant and remarkable milestone in the journey of public service. Throughout your tenure, you have navigated difficulties with insights and discernment, made decisions that required courage, and held moments that called for unity over division. You have shaped policies, passed laws, and participated in the deliberations of important legislative measures that have left an indelible mark on our nation's progress. Thus, we pause to honor the dedication, perseverance, and service that each has given to the Filipino people. Completing 3 terms in this august body is a testament to the trust reposed in you by your constituents. Allow me to extend the deepest gratitude of the House of Representatives and the many communities whose lives you have touched through your work. The legacy that each of you has left behind shall continue in the reforms that you have championed, institutions you have strengthened, and the future leaders you have inspired. Mula sa amin sa Secretariat, nais namin parating ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat para sa inyong serbisyo, mga third-termers, mga sakripisyo at matatag na paninindigan para sa demokrasya. Mabuhay ang mga third-termers!
Thank you, Secretary General Velasco. Let us now call to the stage our honorable members who have completed the 17th, 18th, and 19th Congresses. for the awarding of their legislative performance record. This record contains the documentary accounts of the honorable members' work as representatives of the people. It mirrors their humble and significant contributions in enhancing the value of democratic representation in the legislative branch of the Philippine government. It is the earnest desire of the House of Representatives that through the legislative performance record, the brand of service that defined your honor's tenure in Congress will continue to live and be admired by the current and future generations of Filipinos.
May we now request the three-term members from the National Capital Region and Luzon to come to the stage to receive their award. Protocol officers, please bring in the legislative performance record. Thank you, protocol officers. Now, we call on the Speaker and the Secretary General to join the three-term members for the National Capital Region and Luzon for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats. We request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to remain on stage for the next batch.
Now let us call our three-term members from Visayas and Mindanao to receive their award. Protocol officers, please bring in the legislative performance records. Protocol officers, please bring in the legislative performance records. Thank you, protocol officers. Now we call on the Speaker, the Secretary General, Majority Leader, and Minority Leader, and Senior Deputy Speaker to join our representatives for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats. We would like to request the Speaker and Secretary General to remain on stage for a group photo with the next batch.
Let us now call on our three-term members from the party list to receive their award. Protocol officers, please bring in the legislative performance records. Thank you, protocol officers. Now, we call on the Speaker and the Secretary General to join the three-term members from the party list for the group photo.
We also request the Senior Deputy Speaker, the Majority Leader, and the Minority Leader to join the party list three-termers for the group photo. A round of applause, please. This time, let us call all three-term members of the 19th Congress to join our party list three-term members. All three-term members, please, to the stage. We call on our three-term members of the 19th Congress for their class photo, for their batch photo. A round of applause, please, for our three-term members. This time, everyone, please welcome all the members of the 19th Congress for their group photo. We would like to request all House members to join our three-term members on stage. And we would like to request our Deputy Secretaries General to join the House members in the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable Speaker and House leaders. And we invite everyone to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
At this juncture, as we are about to wrap up today's program, let me take a moment to thank each one of you, to our members who have served 3 terms in office this 19th Congress. Thank you so much for your time, service, and body of work that have helped shape the direction of our country. Likewise, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. May the road ahead offer you fulfilling opportunities and time with those who matter most. To those of you who are returning to serve in the 20th Congress, let us use what we have learned to guide us in doing the work that lies ahead. Maraming salamat po mga third-termers at pagpalain tayong lahat ng buong may kapal.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That ends the pagpupugay sa ating mga kinatawan sa ika-19 na Kongreso.
of House Resolution number 1319 under Committee Report number 1511, submitted by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said House Resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby tasked to read House Resolution 1319.
House Resolution 1319, report on the alleged misuse of funds and mismanagement of the affairs of the Surigao del Norte State University.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1319 and the findings under Committee Report number 1511.
There is a motion to adopt Committee Report 1511, which is the House Bill H.R. 1319. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution 1319 is hereby adopted. The findings of the recommendations contained in the committee reports are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 499 under Committee Report number 1505, submitted by the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs. And may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby asked to please read H.R. 499.
House Resolution 499, a resolution urging the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported fraudulent activities and scams of fake or unscrupulous international freight forwarders and their local counterparts, victimizing overseas Filipino workers and overseas Filipinos in the shipment and delivery of balikbayan boxes with the aim of curbing and preventing such unlawful activities.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List for his sponsorship.
The gentleman from the party list, Tinog, is hereby recognized. Representative Jude Asidre.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and fellow Filipinos. I rise today to sponsor Committee Report number 1505 on House Resolution number 499, which delves into the deeply troubling issue of fraudulent activities perpetrated by unscrupulous freight forwarders against our beloved OFWs, our overseas Filipino workers. The balikbayan box, as we all know, is more than just a package of goods. It is a symbol of love, sacrifice, and an unbreakable bond with home. Yet countless OFWs have fallen victim to deceitful practices, experiencing the devastating non-delivery or mishandling of these precious boxes. This betrayal not only robs them of their hard-earned money and personal belongings, but also inflicts immense emotional distress on our modern-day heroes and their families. Our inquiry has brought to light several critical issues: the heartbreaking loss of boxes, the imposition of exorbitant and unexpected fees, the daunting lack of effective recourse for victims, and significant gaps in our regulatory framework and enforcement. I am pleased to report that through our diligent work, the committee has made strides. We have confirmed the widespread victimization, identified the specific culprits, and spurred interagency action. A technical working group with the participation of key government agencies such as the DMW, DTI, BOC has been formed, culminating in a crucial agreement to immediately formulate a joint administrative order. This joint order is designed to establish a more robust regulatory framework, simplify processes, and define clear accountability for both foreign and local forwarders. We also commend the ongoing efforts to facilitate the donation of abandoned balikbayan boxes to the DMW for retrieval by affected OFWs. Our recommendations are clear and urgent. First, the joint administrative order must be promulgated immediately. On this recommendation, I am happy to inform this August Chamber that last Monday, 9th of June 2025, I was at the Department of Migrant Workers to witness the signing of these joint administrative orders by the heads and representatives of the DMW, DTI, and BOC, along with other concerned agencies, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and the Department of Finance. Second, we must fast-track the donation of abandoned boxes to the DMW. Third, we call for the vigorous prosecution of unscrupulous forwarders to ensure administrative, civil, and criminal accountability. Fourth, we need massive and continuous information campaigns to empower OFWs with the knowledge to choose accredited and reputable forwarders. And finally, we must undertake a comprehensive legislative review to institutionalize stronger protections and enhance penalties. Mr. Speaker, the welfare and protection of our OFWs are paramount. They contribute immensely to our nation, and it is our solemn duty to ensure their peace of mind. Let us act decisively to curb these unlawful activities so that every balikbayan box sent with love reaches its rightful destination. I urge my distinguished colleagues to support this committee report. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Judas Idre of the Tingog Party List. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Magsino of OFW Party List for her sponsorship.
The Congresswoman Magsinok from the OFW Party List is hereby recognized.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Para po sa aking sponsorship speech on Committee Report number 1505 on our very own House Resolution number 499, Inquiry into the reported fraudulent activities and scam of unscrupulous international freight forwarders and their local counterparts victimizing our overseas Filipino workers in the shipment and delivery of balikbayan boxes with the aim of curbing and preventing such unlawful practices. Sa napakahabang panahon, Mr. Speaker, isang malaking pasakit po sa ating mga overseas Filipino workers ang hindi na pagtutuunan ng pansin ang maraming insidente ng pagkawala, late or non-delivery ng mga balikbayan boxes na ipinadadala po ng ating mga OFWs para sa kanilang mga pamilya dito po sa Pilipinas. Ito po ay kagagawan ng mga unscrupulous foreign consolidators at kanilang mga kapartner na local deconsolidators. Ang mga balikbayan boxes na ito ay hindi lamang po simpleng material na mga bagay. Ito po ay simbolo ng kanilang pawis at pagsasakripisyo, pagmamahal sa kanilang mga pamilya at mukha ng isang katangi-tanging tradisyon nating mga Pilipino. Kaya't napakasaklap, Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga OFWs na kapag ito'y nawawala, hindi nahahatid sa tamang panahon o kaya'y muling ipinatutubos sa kanila. Ito po ay nilayon ng ating OFW Party List na tugunan ng ating House Resolution number 499 na inihain ng inyong abang lingkod last October 2022 upang tukuyin ang mga katiwaliang nagaganap sa pagpapadala ng mga OFWs ng mga balikbayan boxes sa pamamagitan po ng mga cargo forwarders. Nais din po ng House Resolution 499 na lapatan ito ng pangmatagalang solusyon sa anyo ng mga kinakailangang batas o mga administratibong kautusan ng mga concerned government agencies. Hindi po pwede parang plinasteran lang. Ang kailangan po ay solusyon. Tapusin po ang problema na ito. Ang ating House Resolution 499 ang naging batayan ng mga pagdinig na isinagawa ng Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs noong December 4, 2024 at February 4, 2025 bilang pag-iimbestiga sa mga napaulat na panloloko at scams na ginagawa ng mga cargo consolidators at deconsolidators. Nagpasya rin po ang committee na magbuo ng isang technical working group kung saan ang inyo pong lingkod ang naatasang tumayo bilang chairperson at tayo po ay nagpulong noong nakaraang March 3, 2025 upang mas laliman po na matukoy at pag-usapan ang iba't ibang issues na lumalabas sa mga pandinig at makapaghain ng mga rekomendasyon upang masupil ang ganitong masasamang gawain para sa konsiderasyon ng ng ating Mother Committee headed by Chair Jude Isidre. Ang committee report po number 1505 ay naglalaman ng mahalagang findings at recommendations mula po sa mga katiwalian at kakulangan na bumabalot sa sistema ng pagpapadala ng mga OFWs ng kanilang balikbayan boxes. Ilan po sa mahahalagang findings ng mga pandinig ay ang mga sumusunod. Una po, ang pag-abandona sa mga balikbayan boxes ng mga kakontratang deconsolidators sa kustodiya ng Bureau of Customs na nagiging dahilan upang isalang sa auction ng customs ang mga abandonadong balikbayan boxes at tuluyan ng hindi makarating, Mr. Speaker, sa mga pamilya ng mga OFWs na nagpapadala ng mga ito. Pangalawa po, ang kakulangan ng sapat na regulatory frameworks at mechanisms sa parte ng Bureau of Customs, Department of Migrant Workers, Department of Trade and Industry, at iba pa pong concerned agencies na gagabay sa industriya ng international freight forwarding sa bansa at sa pagpapanagot ng mga kumpanyang gumagawa ng mga kalokohan na minsan ay kasangkot ang ilang tauhan ng pamahalaan. Pangatlo po, Mr. Speaker, ang kakulangan ng sapat na impormasyon ukol sa mga accredited at blacklisted na consolidators at local deconsolidators ng mga balikbayan boxes at epektibong pagpaparating sa mga impormasyong ito sa kaalaman naman po ng ating mga OFWs. Mula po sa mga findings na ito ay hinubog po ang mga sumusunod na recommendation at nagbunsod po ng mga konkretong aksyon ng mga ahensya bilang pagtugon. Una po, ang issuance ng Joint Administrative Order Number 1 nitong June 9, 2025 na binuo po ng Department of Migrant Workers, OWA, Bureau of Customs, Department of Trade and Industry at iba pang concerned agencies na naglalatag ng mga regulatory mechanisms. Tampok po sa mga mekanismong ito ang probisyon hinggil sa liabilities ng mga forwarders, grievance mechanisms para po sa mga nabibiktimang OFWs at mandatong magdaos ng agresibong information campaign sa listahan ng mga accredited at blacklisted na consolidator at deconsolidators bilang gabay sa ating mga OFWs. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, ang issuance ng Department of Migrant Worker Order Number 1 na may petsang April 15, 2025 o ang Guidelines for the Provision of Immediate Financial Assistance to Victims of Balikbayan Box Scam through the Action Fund. Pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, ang pagkakaroon po ng Deed of Donation sa pagitan ng Department of Migrant Workers at Bureau of Customs para sa mga abandonadong balikbayan boxes na nasa custody ng Bureau of Customs na ma-turn over po sa DMW upang pamahalaan ang pagtukoy sa mga OFWs na nagmamay-ari ng mga ito at pag-deliver po sa kanilang mga pamilya. Pang-apat, Mr. Speaker, ang pagpapalakas po ng mga kaso sa tulong ng National Bureau of Investigation or NBI laban sa mga responsabling individual, mga consolidators at deconsolidators sa pagkawala o hindi pag-deliver ng mga balikbayan boxes ayon sa kanilang mga kontrata, civil man o kriminal or administratively. Ang iba pa pong mga detalye ng mga findings at recommendations ay matatagpuan sa ating committee report number 1505 na ngayon ay nakahain sa ating plenaryo upang aprubahan at i-adopt. Isang malaking karangalan po para sa ating OFW party list at para sa aking personal na naging bahagi ng productive at makasaysayang prosesong ito bilang may akda ng House Resolution number 499 at bilang chairperson ng TWG na binuo para rito. Naway ang mga hakbang na ito ay magbabalik sa tamang pagpapahalaga sa ating mga balikbayan boxes ng ating OFWs na simbolo po ng kanilang pagmamahal at sakripisyo. At batay po sa mga kadahilanang ito ay hinihimo ko po sa ating plenaryo na i-adopt ang Committee Report number 1505. Nagpapasalamat din po ang inyong lingkod sa ating leadership, Speaker Martin Romualdez, for the support for our Committee Report number 1505, ending the nightmare of our OFWs that haunted them for many decades. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga colleagues. Pagpapasalamat po mula sa OFW Party List, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino na nagsasabing, kayo po ang bida sa aking puso. OFW, ikaw ang bida. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 499 under Committee Report number 1505.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report of House Resolution 499 and the committee report number 1505. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Committee report 1505 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 1117 under Committee Report number 1427 And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said House bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11117.
House Bill number 11117, an act providing for the administrative cancellation of birth certificates registered through fraudulent means by foreign nationals, creating a special committee on cancellation of birth certificates and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Angelo Gil D. Bongalon to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The gentleman from the party list, Ako Bicol, the Honorable Jill Bongalon, is recognized to sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Honorable Speaker, and to all members present in this august chamber. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor House Bill number 11117, or the Fraudulent Birth Certificate Cancellation Law. In the recent hearings of the Quad Committee, we were alarmed on the number of cases of foreign nationals who fraudulently acquired birth certificates to deceivingly claim that they are Filipinos. In Davao del Sur alone, it was reported that more than 1,500 spurious birth certificates were issued by the local civil registry in July 2024. Hence, this representation, together with other members, immediately filed this bill to end unscrupulous foreign nationals to continue damaging our country by taking away job opportunities from our countrymen and humiliating every Filipino in the whole world by allowing them to stay while committing crimes involving illegal drugs, money laundering, human trafficking, among others, here in our native land, the Philippines. We, the natural-born and genuine Filipinos, should be given primordial justice we deserve. Thus, we urgently request for the immediate approval of House Bill 11117 to expedite the cancellation of these birth certificates fraudulently obtained by these foreign nationals. In addition, any person facilitating or causing the erroneous entries in the civil registers will also be held liable and penalized. As one of the main authors of this bill, I would like to humbly appeal to my esteemed colleagues to support the passage of House Bill 11117 and its enactment into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I now move that we proceed with the committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Angelo Bongalon for the committee amendments.
The Honorable Bongalon is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion for the committee amendments.
The previous motion is withdrawn.
And I now move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 1117 under Committee Report number 1427.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11117, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11117 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8937 and Senate Bill number 2826, enhancing the fiscal regime for the large-scale metallic mining industry. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9293 and Senate Bill number 2899, the Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety Act. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11358 and Senate Bill number 2982, defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of the government. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 7500, establishing an aquaculture feed mill plant in Barangay Bahit, Municipality of Panay, Province of Capiz. We have been advised that the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, sponsor of the aforementioned House bill, as well as the author, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 7500.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 7500. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Secretary General to take up additional reference of business.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution 2332. Resolution commending the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his laudable, competent, and prudent leadership of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress, by Representatives Dalipe and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2333, Resolution commending Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong D. Gonzalez Jr. and the Deputy Speakers for their devoted and outstanding service in the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2334, Resolution commending Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, and the Deputy Majority Leaders for their exceptional and pivotal role in shaping and realizing the legislative agenda of the 19th Congress, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2335, Resolution commending Minority Leader Marcelino Nonoy C. Libanan, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Ruiz Daza, and the Deputy Minority Leaders for their unwavering commitment in providing responsible oversight functions in the legislative process during the 19th Congress, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin and Dalipe.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 2336, Resolution commending the Honorable Reginald S. Velasco for his remarkable leadership and laudable performance as Secretary General of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress, by Representative Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2337, Resolution commending retired Police Major General Napoleon Caballes Taas for his exemplary performance and dedicated service as Sergeant-at-Arms of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress, by Representative Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2338, Resolution declaring the Journal of the Session dated June 9 to 11, 2025 as having been read and approved, by Representatives Dalipe and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 2339, Resolution commending the unwavering commitment and dedication of the chairpersons of the Standing, Special, and Ad hoc Committees, Secretariat officials and personnel, congressional staff, and other entities and individuals who contributed to the extraordinary performance of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 42, Concurrent Resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025, by Representatives Dalipe and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report. Committee Report Number 1512, submitted by the Ad hoc Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims' Compensation on House Resolutions numbered 101 and 1162, informing the House of its findings and recommendations, by Representatives Adyong and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution 2340, commending the Philippine men's national football team for securing a hard-fought draw against Tajikistan in the Asian Football Confederation Asian Cup qualifier, and for keeping the Philippines' qualification hopes alive while continuing the country's pursuit of excellence in international football competitions, by Representative Albano.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 2342, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives to strongly oppose the sale and privatization of the Agus and Polangi hydroelectric plant complexes in Mindanao, by Representatives Emano and Dagoo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2344, resolution congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas youth team for winning the gold medal at the FIBA Under-16 Southeast Asia Basketball Association SIABA Cup qualifiers held at Bren Z. Giao Convention Center in San Fernando City, Pampanga from May 25 to 30, 2025, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yedemarie, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Villanueva, Escudero Estrada, Ejercito, Cayetano Alan, Gatchalian Mark Villar, Zubiri, Ontiveros, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2534, providing for a 100 pesos daily minimum wage increase for employees and workers in the private sector, and House Bill 11376, providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Marcos, Ligarda, Villar Cynthia, Villar Mart, Padilla, De La Rosa, Zubiri, Estrada, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2816, setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan, and House Bill 11287, fixing the term of office of barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials and changing the term of office from 3 years to 6 years.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Villar, Mark, Escudero, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2821, instituting reforms in the acquisition of right-of-way for infrastructure projects by the national government and by public service providers, and House Bill 6571, providing additional guidelines in the acquisition of right-of-way, site, or location for national government infrastructure projects.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on June 9, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Marcos, Legarda, Villar, Cynthia, De La Rosa, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2965, granting free funeral services to poor families, and House Bill 102, providing for affordable funeral services to indigents and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Estrada, Ligarda, Revilla, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 3000, institutionalizing the career progression system for public school teachers and school leaders, and House Bill 10270, institutionalizing the career progression system for public school teachers.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Pia, Cayetano, Ejercito, Binay, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes of House Bill 10535, amending Sections 134 and 168 of RA number 8424.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill 9489, creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in Alicia, Isabela.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2699 and House Bill number 6 on establishing a comprehensive and inclusive data transmission and connectivity framework for the Philippines.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2781 and House Bill 7327 on institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2893 and House Bill 6452 on establishing a collaborative and complementary research and development system on virology and vaccine.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2898 and House Bill 10755 on liberalizing the lease of private lands by foreign investors.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on June 9, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2974 and House Bill 9726 on expanding the Philippine Science High School system.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 1513, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution 2341. Committee Report 1514, submitted by the Committees on Public Works and Highways and Appropriations on House Bill 10748. Committee Report 1515, submitted by the Committees on Transportation and Appropriations on House Bill 11560. Committee Report 1516, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution 2343. Committee Report 1517, submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Appropriations on House Bill 11561.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Resolution. House Resolution 2346. Resolution certifying that the impeachment proceedings initiated on February 5, 2025 against the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Zimmerman Duterte, fully complied with Article 11, Section 3, Paragraph 5 of the 1987 Constitution, including the circumstances on the filing of the first 3 impeachment complaints by Representatives Gonzales Aurelio, Suarez, and Dalipe.
To the Committee on Rules. Session suspended.
I move to consider House Resolution number 2346. Therefore, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 2346, resolution certifying that the impeachment proceedings initiated on February 5, 2025 against the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Zimmerman Duterte, fully complied with Article 11, Section 3, Paragraph 5 of the 1987 Constitution, including the circumstances on the filing of the first 3 impeachment complaints.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 2346.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 2346. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2346 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to direct the Secretary General to issue the certification in accordance with the adopted resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to defer acceptance of the articles of impeachment until such time as the Senate, sitting as an impeachment court, has responded to the clarificatory queries raised by the panel of prosecutors relative to the remand of the subject articles. Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to defer acceptance of the articles of impeachment until such time as the Senate, sitting as an impeachment court, has responded to the clarificatory queries raised by the panel of prosecutors relative to the remand of the subject article. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried. The Secretary General is so directed accordingly. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the considerations of House Resolutions number 101 and House Resolution number 1162 as contained in Committee Report number 1512 submitted by the Committee on Ad Hoc Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims' Compensation. And may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 101 and 1162, Report on the status and implementation of the Recovery, Reconstruction, and Rehabilitation Program of Marawi City and in compliance of government agencies to Republic Act Number 11696, otherwise known as the Marawi Compensation Act of 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Zia Alonto Adyong for his sponsorship.
The gentleman, the chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims' Compensation, the Honorable Adyong, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sponsor and seek the adoption of the committee report of the Ad Hoc Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims' Compensation, a product of rigorous legislative oversight, ocular inspection, and public consultations that spanned over a year. This report, Mr. Speaker, responds to two resolutions. The House Resolution number 101, which called for an inquiry into the status of the Marawi Rehabilitation Program, and House Resolution number 1162, which urged updates on the implementation of Republic Act 11696, or the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the committee conducted a series of committee meetings and a public hearing in Marawi City, directly engaging with affected residents, local officials, national government, agencies, and the Marawi Compensation Board. We visited the most affected area, observed conditions on the ground, and listened to the urgent concerns of the internally displaced persons, or the victims of the Marawi siege in 2017. Mr. Speaker, our findings paint a mixed picture. On the one hand, there has been a notable progress. About 90% of allocated funds have been released. Core infrastructure has taken shape and compensation payouts have begun. On the other hand, serious gaps remain. Unresolved land disputes, limited access to water and electricity, and continuing delays in both temporary and permanent shelter delivery. Coordination, Mr. Speaker, among the 35 involved agencies remain a challenge. With centralized system requires further improvement in order to monitor project progress, performance of each agencies, and fund utilization that should be based on up-to-date data assessment reports. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the efforts of all stakeholders, both individuals and organizations, in consistently bringing the most critical issues immediately to the fore, whether through this office, the Marawi Compensation Board, or the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Marawi Rehabilitation and Development. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we respectfully call on this chamber to support the allocation of additional funding for the Marawi Compensation Board. The board has made meaningful strides in compensating eligible claimants, but the number of validated applications continues to rise, underscoring the urgent need for sustained and sufficient financial support to ensure that justice and restitution reach all eligible victims of the Marawi siege. Our recommendations, Mr. Speaker, therefore, are clear and pragmatic. We propose amendments to RA 11696 to ease documentary burdens on claimants. We also urge the passage of enabling legislation to institutionalize the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Marawi Rehabilitation and Development, which has served as a crucial coordinating body. We call on, Mr. Speaker, for improved digital monitoring systems, regular performance reporting, and targeted support to struggling utility providers like Lasoreco and Lua. Critically, Mr. Speaker, given the scale and complexity of the remaining challenges and the clear need for sustained congressional oversight and stakeholder engagement, I respectfully urge this body to adopt the committee report and, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to support the extension and continuation of the Ad Hoc Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims' Compensation in the next Congress. The work is far from done, Mr. Speaker, and we owe it to the people of Marawi to see this effort through until the promises of justice, recovery, and dignity are fully realized. Mr. Speaker, Marawi's story is not just one of destruction. It is a continuing story of hope, justice, and rebuilding. But the success of this rehabilitation will be measured not just by structures built, but by lives restored, families resettled, and dignity returned to those displaced. Let this report serve as a commitment, not just in words, but in action, and that this chamber will not forget Marawi and will see through its recovery until the very end. I respectfully move, Mr. Speaker, for the adoption of this committee report. Maraming salamat po, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1512.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report 1512. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report 1512 are adopted. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution 2344, copies of which were already distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may we request that the Secretary General to read the title of the said resolution.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 2344.
House Resolution 2344, resolution congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas youth team for winning the gold medal at the FIBA Under-16 Southeast Asia Basketball Association SIBA Cup qualifiers held at Bren Z. Giao Convention Center in San Fernando City, Pampanga from May 25 to 30, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 2344.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 2344. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2344 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution 2345, copies of which were already distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General to read the title of the said resolution.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 2345.
House Resolution 2345, resolution congratulating and commending Krisha May Tajaros for winning the first gold medal in the 3,000-meter run secondary girls finals during the 65th Palarong Pambansa held at the Ferdinand E. Marcos Memorial Stadium in Lawag, Ilocos Norte from May 24 to June 2, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 2345.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 2345. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2345 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 5555 and 5844, bills concerning local government units. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, have no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 5555 and 5844.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 5555 and 5844. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I move for a few minutes suspension?
Session is suspended.
the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed.
Additional reference of business, committee report. Committee report number 1518, submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means, the Committee on Trade and Industry, the Committee on Agriculture and Food, the Committee on Social Services, and the Special Committee on Food Security on House Resolution number 254, entitled Resolution Authorizing the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture and Food, Social Services, and the Special Committee on Food Security to conduct a joint inquiry in aid of legislation relative to House resolutions and privileged speeches referred to the mentioned committees, including motu proprio investigations on the implementation of government programs to address smuggling and price manipulation of basic goods and essential commodities, mitigate hunger, and promote food and nutrition security by Representatives Salceda, Biron, Enverga, Vergara, and Quaresma.
The Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 254 as contained in Committee Report number 1518, submitted by the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture and Food, and Social Services and Food Security, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 254.
Committee Report number 1518 on House Resolution number 254, entitled Resolution Authorizing the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture and Food, Social Services, and the Special Committee on Food Security to conduct a joint inquiry in aid of legislation relative to House resolutions and privileged speeches referred to the mentioned committees, including motu proprio investigations on the implementation of government programs to address smuggling and price manipulation of basic goods and essential commodities, mitigate hunger, and promote food and nutrition security.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the Committee Report number 1518.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report 1518. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in the Committee Report 1518 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Sir, I move that we suspend session for a few.
Session is suspended.
Move to consider House Concurrent Resolution number 42, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the concurrent resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 42 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 42. Concurrent Resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025. Resolved by the House of Representatives of the Philippines, the Senate concurring, that the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives be, as they hereby are authorized to declare the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines adjourned sine die, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025. Resolved further that a committee composed of all deputy speakers of the House of Representatives be appointed to join a committee of the Senate to inform His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., President of the Republic of the Philippines, that the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines is about to close and that the two houses are ready to adjourn unless the President has some message or communication to transmit to them. Adopted, signed, Marcelino C. Libanan, Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 42.
there is a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 42. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Concurrent Resolution Number 42 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, in view of the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution Number 42, which likewise authorizes the appointment of a joint committee of both houses to inform the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the third regular session of the 19th Congress, I move to elect all the deputy speakers of the House to the said joint committee.
is there any objection? The Chair hears none. All the Deputy Speakers of the House of Representatives are hereby elected to the committee to notify the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the third regular session of the 19th Congress. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution Number 2338, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution Number 2338 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
House Resolution Number 2338. Resolution declaring the Journal of the Session dated June 9 to 11, 2025 as having been read and approved. Resolved by the House of Representatives that the Speaker be authorized to review and approve the Journal of the Session dated June 9 to 11, 2025, and that the approval by the Speaker of such journal shall be valid and effective for all purposes as if it was approved directly by the House of Representatives. Adopted, signed, Marcelino C. Libanan, Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution Number 2338.
there is a motion to adopt House Resolution Number 2338. Those in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution Number 2338 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session to enable the Secretariat to transmit the message to the Senate on the House concurrent resolution we have adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. The session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of our colleagues who have received word of the filing in the Senate of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 27 entitled Concurrent Resolution Providing for the Adjournment sine die of the Third Regular Session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025, authored by Senate Majority Leader Francis Tol N. Tolentino, which will be adopted by the Senate before they adjourn sine die today.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 42, providing for the adjournment of the third regular session of the 19th Congress, as well as the creation of a joint notification committee. In order to give the members of the joint committee time to perform their assigned tasks and until the House counterpart is ready to report back their accomplishments to this House, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended. The session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have received a report from the Joint Committee that the President has been informed that the third regular session of the 19th Congress will adjourn tonight.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2336, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2336 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2336, resolution commending the Honorable Reginald S. Velasco for his remarkable leadership and laudable performance as Secretary General of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2336.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2336. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2336 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2337, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2337 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2337, resolution commending retired Police Major General Napoleon Caballes Taas for his exemplary performance and dedicated service as Sergeant at Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2337.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2337. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2337 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2339. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2339 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2339. Resolution commending the unwavering commitment and dedication of the chairpersons of the standing, special, and ad hoc committees, secretariat officials, and personnel, congressional staff, and other entities and individuals who contributed to the extraordinary performance of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2339.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2339. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2339 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2335, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2335 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2335. Resolution commending Minority Leader Marcelino Nonoy C. Libanan, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Ruiz Daza, and the Deputy Minority Leaders for their unwavering commitment in providing responsible oversight functions in the legislative process during the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2335.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2335. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2335 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Relinquish.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2334, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of this resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2334 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2338. Resolution commending Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe.
Mr. Speaker,
Sandali, sandali.
I move
Hindi
to
pa tapos.
adopt.
Hindi pa tapos. Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos. And the Deputy Majority Leaders for their exceptional and pivotal role in shaping and realizing the legislative agenda of the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2334.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2334. Those are in favor say aye. Aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 2334 is hereby adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2333, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 233 is now in order. The Secretary is hereby directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2333. Resolution commending Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong D. Gonzales Jr. And the Deputy Speakers for their devoted and outstanding service in the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2333.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 233. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 233 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House will now consider a resolution concerning the Honorable Speaker of the House. I now ask that pursuant to parliamentary tradition, the Minority Leader be requested to proceed to the rostrum and preside over the session.
The Minority Leader, Marcelino C. Libanan, is requested to proceed to the rostrum to preside over the session. Session is suspended.
Session is resumed. The presiding officer would like to address this chamber. Sa aking mga kapwang halal na mambabatas na pinangungunahan ni Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, sa lahat ng mga manggagawa sa gobyerno, lalo na dito sa House of Representatives, at sa lahat ng mga tagapakinig na naririto ngayon, lalo na sa ating mga kababayang sumusubaybay mula sa kanilang mga tahanan, isang mapayapa at magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Over the past few months, we have all been deeply engaged in striving to secure victories in the recent elections. While we have given our utmost effort and dedication, not all of us have emerged victorious. We have remained to be unified by a common purpose. That is to continue our noble work of enacting meaningful and essential legislations aimed at improving the lives of our fellow citizens. And for this is our shared responsibility to build a nation where every Filipino feels valued, seen, and supported in their pursuit of a better life. As we continue to serve the people, allow me to underscore the vital role that legislators play in shaping our nation's future. The work we do is far from easy. It demands not only our time and intellect, but also unwavering commitment and perseverance. Every single day, we devote ourselves to crafting and passing priority bills that aim to bring real, lasting change to the lives of every Filipino. We engage in rigorous discussions, held countless committee hearings, and worked hand in hand with fellow lawmakers to ensure that the laws we enact directly respond to the needs of our people. These legislative efforts are not just symbolic. They have the power to uplift communities, improve access to healthcare, create jobs, reduce poverty, and protect the most vulnerable. Through the fruits of our labor, we are laying down the foundation of a more just, inclusive, and empowered society. I take pride in the efforts that every legislator is putting forth and exerting. As this Congress approaches its conclusion, this august body has acted upon with dispatch by the priority measures identified by the Legislative Development Advisory Council. As of this date, the Congress has enacted into law 287 pieces of legislation, of which 33 are listed under LEDAC Common Legislative Agenda. We have also approved a total of 1,540 measures, 836 of which are on third and final reading. These are results of the collective hard work of each House member, regardless whether they are from the majority or from the minority, and a testament to the effective leadership of our Speaker. All measures we have passed in the House of Representatives went through the minority members. As gatekeepers of this honorable body, we in the minority have carefully scrutinized each piece of legislation, ensuring that each measure shall be for the greater benefit of the Filipino people. As minority leader, I have the deepest respect and gratitude to my colleagues. In the minority, we may only be composed of 22 members, but I am proud to say we have fulfilled our duty wholeheartedly with the greatest vigor. I would say that the current minority bloc is very diverse in terms of legislative priorities. Nevertheless, the minority bloc has exceeded its imaginable expectation. Its minority member has indeed left an indelible mark in the history of this Congress. May I beg the indulgence of this body to allow me to acknowledge the members of the minority bloc. First, the district congressmen. I may begin with Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza, representative of the 1st District of Northern Samar, my fellow Samarino, a very good friend and a brother. I have the greatest admiration for SDML Daza, for he has demonstrated numerous times that he is a seasoned legislator. He always prepared and ready on the floor. He has handled with calmness situations that could have otherwise escalated adversely. He is truly an experienced fiscalizer and a dependable wingman. May I also acknowledge other minority members, fellow Samarino legislators, Deputy Minority Leader Stephen James Tan, representative of the 1st District of Samar, Assistant Minority Leader Reynolds Michael Tan of the 2nd District of Samar, and Assistant Minority Leader Harris Christopher Ongchuan, representative of the 2nd District of Samar, who is also the incoming governor of the province of Northern Samar. Aside from the Assistant Minority Leader Ongchuan, 2 other members are also of the minority, will also sit as local officials after this Congress. Deputy Minority Leader Mujib Hataman, representative of the Lone District of Basilan, has been elected again as the governor of the province of Basilan, and Assistant Minority Leader Gabriel Bordado Jr., representative of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. He has been elected as the Vice Mayor of Naga City. The Makabayan Bloc, composed of Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List, Assistant Minority Leader Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List, and Congressman Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List. They never wavered to push for their advocacies that include public accountability and transparency. They have continued the fight for justice for the victims of extrajudicial killings or EJKs. They were relentless for pushing for transparency on government expenditures, including the so-called confidential funds. The Power Bloc, composed of the duo of Deputy Minority Leader Presley De Jesus of Phil Rica Party List and Assistant Minority Leader Sergio Dagoog of APIC Party List. They have safeguarded this Congress to maintain the balance between the rights of the consumers and the energy sector. The minority bloc has also witnessed the brilliance of our neophyte congressmen, Assistant Minority Leader J.C. Abalos of 4-Piece Party List and One Rider Party List Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. The newest member of this Congress, Akbayan Representative Percival Sindanya has also made an impact in this Congress despite having only been sworn as member of the 19th Congress on September 2024. We have also witnessed the gallantry of our fellow minority black members as chairpersons of important committees. Co-op NATCO Representative Philemon Esparis, as chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, whose committee valiantly recommended to expel an erring member of this House, honorable body, in pursuit of maintaining the integrity of the House of Representatives, and former minority leader and the Banglingkod Representative Joseph Stephen Carabs Paduano, as chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts. Congressman Carabs has become popularly known as Mr. Contempt. During the conduct of the investigations involving illegal operation of POGOs, which eventually became part of the most watched and followed committee hearing, the legislative investigation of the Quadcom. May I also acknowledge the hardworking minority members who will also be ending their term in this Congress. Deputy Minority Leader Anthony Colada, representative of Ambis OWA Party List. Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette B.H. Herrera, representative of Bagong Generation Party List. Assistant Minority Leader Marisa Del Mar Magsino, representative of OFW Party List. Representative Bonifacio Bosita of One Rider Party List, and Representative Wilbert Lee of Agri Party List, and Representative Jose Gay Pajernos of GP Party List. Lahat po sila masisipag na mga membro ng ating minority. I also laud our deputy speakers who tirelessly presided over sessions in the plenary and worked closely to ensure that our duty as legislators are fulfilled. To the Minority Leader, Manix Dalipi, my counterpart, I congratulate you for leading the majority of the 19th Congress. The majority and the minority were never rivals. We never considered each other as opponents. We always regarded each other as co-equals and partners in public service. While the majority pushes for administration's priority measures, we, at the minority, are duty-bound to fiscalize, not to obstruct, but to be constructive partners of the majority in the legislative process. For it is our sworn obligation to the Filipino people to work together as one body as we adhere to the mandate given to us by the Constitution under the principle of checks and balances. I also wish to express my sincere gratitude to the congressional staff and the House Secretariat employees and officials for their tireless assistance and support to the members of this Congress. You have allowed us, House members, to fulfill our sworn duty as representatives of the Filipino people. This Congress would not have reached its greatness if it weren't for your leadership, if it weren't for the leadership of Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez. My deepest gratitude to the Speaker for allowing the minority members to stand out during the 19th Congress as we perform our duties within the bounds of the rules of the House. This Congress was not always smooth sailing. As opposing forces tried to malign and discredit our credibility, but with Speaker Romualdez at the helm, steering us through turbulent political waters, we remain to be united and strong. With the record-breaking accomplishments of the 19th Congress, Speaker Romualdez has silenced critics, for he has accomplished a feat that will forever be etched in the history of our country. Thank you, Speaker Romualdez, for being the cohering factor in maintaining the integrity and independence of this institution that allowed the harmonious working relationship between the minority and the majority. It is by this reason that this Congress will be able to accomplish our task to enact laws that are relevant and in tune with the needs of our country. Muli, ang aking malugod na pagbati sa bawat kagalang-galang na kinatawan na bumubuo ng Kongreso sa ilalim ng liderato ni Speaker Romualdez. Ating matagumpay na natapos ang ika-19 na Kongreso na mayroong ipagmamalaki sa sambayanang Pilipino. Mula sa mga pagdinig ng mga komite hanggang sa pag-aproba at pagpasa ng panukalang batas, gayon din ang resulta ng mga investigasyon nating nailunsad para mailabas ang katotohanan alinsunod sa ating sinumpang katungkulan na manilbihan na may pananagutan sa bayan. As we adjourn this session, may we never adjourn our commitment to truth, justice, and the Filipino people. This may be our last day in session, but our duty to our country knows no recess. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat at mabuhay ang 19th Congress, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 2332 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The Chair hears none. Consideration of Resolution number 2332 is in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2332, resolution commending the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his laudable, competent, and prudent leadership of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress. Whereas, through his unwavering commitment to professionalism, exceptional work ethic, and outstanding legislative expertise, Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez adeptly carried out the constitutional mandate of his office with proficiency, setting the direction of his leadership by example. Whereas through his integrity in governance, transparency, and tranquil guidance, Speaker Romualdez has inspired and empowered the younger generation of lawmakers to establish a strong institution and shape a legislative body that is efficient, effective, and responsive to the urgent needs of the Filipino people. Whereas, under the dynamic stewardship of Speaker Romualdez in the 19th Congress, the House of Representatives swiftly passed vital bills that have become landmark legislation, including those identified as priority measures by the Legislative Executive Advisory Development Council. Whereas these measures that foster economic growth and improve the lives of the Filipino people include, among others, the annual budget, Republic Act Number 11934, otherwise known as the Subscriber Identity Module or SIM Registration Act, RA Number 11953, otherwise known as the New Agrarian Emancipation Act, RA Number 11954, otherwise known as the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023, the Regional Specialty Centers Act, the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, the Ease of Paying Taxes Act, Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino Act, the No Permit, No Exam Prohibition Act, the New Government Procurement Act, the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act or AFASA, the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, transactions in the Philippines, the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act, the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning or ARAL Program Act, the Enterprise-Based Education and Training or known EBET Framework Act, the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises to maximize opportunities for reinvigorating the economy, Create More Act. The Agricultural Tarification Act, the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act, the Philippine Islamic Burial Act, the Pre-Legal Assistance for Military and Uniformed Personnel Act, the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act, whereas the House of Representatives has also approved the following priority measures listed by the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. House Bill Number 6452, otherwise known as the Virology and Vaccine Institute BIP Act, HB Number 7327, otherwise known as the E-Governance Act, HB Number 6772, amending the Universal Healthcare Act, HB Number 6, otherwise known as the Open Access in Data Transmission Act, HB Number 8937, enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry, HB Number 9662, otherwise known as the Blue Economy Act, and HB Number 10755, amending the Investors List Act. Whereas Speaker Romualdez proved himself as a consensus builder and consultative leader who maintained sound judgment and ability to establish a collaborative environment in pursuing vital legislative measures worthy of the recognition and pride of his colleagues, constituents, officials, and employees of the House of Representatives. Whereas Speaker Romualdez was instrumental in prioritizing accountability and ensuring good governance through the formation of House Joint Investigative Committees such as the Quadcom, composed of the Committees on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights, and Public Accounts to address the interlocking issues on illegal POGOs, illegal drugs trade, and extrajudicial killings. The TRICOM, composed of the Committees on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information to address the proliferation and combat the spread of fake news on social media platforms, and the Quinta Committee, composed of the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Industry, Agriculture, Food, Social Services, and Special Committee on Food Security to investigate the interdependent issues of agricultural smuggling and price manipulation of basic goods and essential commodities, critical issues. Whereas together with fellow leaders of the House of Representatives, Speaker Romualdez championed transparency and accountability, upholding the rule of law as the foundation of a just and equitable society while reinforcing the principles of representative democracy through unity and cooperation despite differing opinions and political affiliations to effectively address challenges and adversities. Whereas the members of the House of Representatives, alongside the officials and employees of the Secretariat and congressional staff, extend their utmost gratitude and highest acclamation for the determination, ardor, and meritorious service and leadership of Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez in transforming the House of Representatives into a pillar of collaboration and nation building. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives to commend the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his laudable, competent, and prudent leadership of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress. Adopted, signed, Marcelino C. Libanan, Manuel Jose Manix M. Delipe.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 2332.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2332. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution number 2332 is hereby adopted. The Chair requests all Deputy Speakers to escort Speaker Romualdez to the Session Hall to address the body. Session suspended.